Welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Cutlers Hall. My name is Nick Cragg. It's my honour and privilege to be the 380th Master Cutler. From the familiar faces in the room, I know a few of you have been here many times, but even if it's your first time this morning, you are all very welcome. It's indeed very relevant for us here at the Company of Cutlers that Pitch at the Palace comes to the hall today. Not only is His Royal Highness the Duke of York one of our honorary members, he was last here just over 2 years ago, but the company's primary purpose is to support and celebrate manufacturing and innovation across the Sheffield City region. Now, when this room was built in 1832, it was the main banqueting hall for the company, a company in which you still had to be a cutler in order to be a freeman. And that had been the case since our Act of Parliament in 1624. But don't worry, I'm not going to give you a history lesson this morning. This may be a grand building from an age of industrial might, but our relevance today spans 370 freemen. Sadly, only 15% are women, a reflection on the low number in engineering and manufacturing. But collectively, our freemen represent about 300 manufacturing businesses across the Sheffield City region. These businesses range from the traditional steelmaking, forging, even cutlers, to the very modern in the digital age, and from the very large multinationals headquartered outside of the region to the long-established family-owned companies and the very small startups owned by entrepreneurs. All are involved with the manufacture of a product within the region, and we now have our first freeman who's a digital engineer producing a product only accessible via the cloud. The importance of those links to innovation and entrepreneurs was also highlighted last Friday in front of 700 people at the Convention of the North, where McLaren cited this as a key reason why they chose to build their new factory in our region. That's why we are passionate about manufacturing, and that's what keeps us in the Company of Cutlers relevant in today's fast-moving era of the fourth industrial revolution. We support our freemen via networks, not just across the region, but wider afield, including our links with other livery companies and guilds. Earlier this year, we were involved with a successful search for 2 local candidates for the Lord Mayor of the City of London's Mansion House Scholarship Scheme, the first 2 UK residents to have benefited from this programme. So you can understand why we are excited to welcome Pitch at the Palace on tour today. Their statistics are impressive. As a startup itself, since 2014, the programme has supported almost 1,000 entrepreneurs across 62 countries, helping to create almost 6,000 jobs. Therefore, we welcome being asked to provide the venue for today's pitches. And I'm delighted to see so many of you here today, and it's so heartening but not surprising to see and feel the strength of entrepreneurship and innovation across our region. To all of the pitchers, I wish you all a very successful day, and to the best of luck, and to the programme for ongoing success. Thank you. Let me now welcome Professor Keith Jackson to the stage, who will be the moderator for today. Keith.
Good morning. Great. We need some audience participation later today. That's a good start. I'm honoured to be moderating today's event. I have been fortunate enough to lead some very successful and multi-award winning businesses in the Sheffield City region. I'm currently CEO of Brandon Medical. I'm a chartered engineer. I'm an innovator. I'm a proud member of this great company of cutlers in Sheffield. and I'm a visiting professor at the University of Sheffield, where my mission is to inspire the next generation of engineers and business leaders. Now, we're going to meet some of our alumni panel, but before we do that, just a little bit of housekeeping. You will find in your packs the Wi-Fi information, so please log on. If you find me looking at my phone, it's because I don't have a watch, so I'm either checking the time or posting things on social media, so I encourage you all to post on social media. All the information is in the pack. We'd like to get a bit of a buzz about things today. You should have downloaded the app, so please do that. If you haven't, and you have some problems, speak to one of the team. And finally, without further ado, I'd like to invite our alumni panel up to the stage, who are going to take a seat, and we'll have some discussion around Pitch in the Palace and their journeys. So, can I invite to the stage Peter Davies, Andrew Morgan, and Rachel Aldershaw. So perhaps going to take just 15 minutes and I would like to start with just asking each of you in turn to make a brief introduction and perhaps to describe your experience with Pitch in the Palace, please.
Who's going first? Good morning, everybody. My name's Peter Davies. I'm the founder of Biopaxium Technology, a business which specialises in eco-friendly packaging solutions. And that is effectively to replace existing black plastic used in ready meals in the market today. Now, I always like to use this statistic. 7 billion ready meals are purchased in Europe every year, 3.5 billion in the UK alone. So it's a massive market, plastic being a hot topic at this moment in time. And my journey involved me applying for Pitch of the Palace last year, and I effectively got through to boot camp. I didn't do any of the tours like today, so I was quite proud of that, and that was at Cambridge University. Whilst I was there, it was an experience having a 3-minute pitch in front of a large audience, and the opportunity to gain the experience in order to go and pitch at Buckingham Palace, which was an even more prouder moment. The actual pitch itself at Cambridge, it allowed people to be selected out of the 42 pitching there was going to be 12 companies that would pitch for 3 minutes at Buckingham Palace, and the other 30 would have a 30-second. Fortunately for me, I actually got a 3-minute pitch, so it was a great experience, and I've had some great networking with individuals as ultra-high net worths, VCs, angels, etc., which has allowed me to take my business to where it is today. So far, that is my journey.
Thank you, Peter. Rachel.
I work at the University of Liverpool and work on a project that we call ProMedStem. I work on stem cells and how they can be used in regenerative medicines, and primarily looking at tissue engineering for ACL reconstruction and how we can deliver stem cells in to improve healing outcomes. So that was initially when we applied for Pitch at Palace, which is 3 years ago now. And since then, we've gone through our first phase of preclinical trials, so we're now analysing our data in terms of safety of our stem cell model for ACL repair, and next year going into large animal models before first-in-man clinical trials. We also have expanded to looking at cardiac repair, and we met a company 3 years ago, Biogelex, that manufacture materials, hydrogel materials that are basically liquid form and then can be injected and turned into solids once they've been delivered into the patient. So we're now working with them at looking at, we've identified a new population in the heart of cardiac stem cells that we're looking to combine with those kind of materials for cardiac patching. And there's various other sort of stem cell-based regenerative medicines that we're looking at. We've been able to meet with end users through Pitch at Palace, being introduced to people in the armed forces where there would be a particular need for facilitating ACL to get people back to work. Another part of my job is actually as a lecturer at the university, and we've also met, and last year I mentored a company, Lily Pads, and we've been working, they work on solutions for delivering menstrual health education into schools, and so they've now been adopted into our widening participation programme at Liverpool. We're setting up a society this week to go into schools in Merseyside to help young girls reach their full academic potential so that they don't miss out on school education.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Andrew?
Yeah, I'm a co-founder at XU Design Limited. We design assistive devices for people with disabilities. So in 2016, we went to the Manchester Pitch at the Palace On Tour and pitched around our off-road walking aid, which is the first walking aid of its kind for people with cerebral palsy. So it's an anterior walking aid, no, posterior walking aid, sorry. And it's the first one that will allow people with cerebral palsy and people with neurologically caused instability to walk off-road. And we were meeting the need of, with people with cerebral palsy, if they don't walk, they lose the ability to walk. It's called the slippery slope of inactivity, and it's a real problem. And we wanted to create an interesting way for somebody to engage with walking, because all of the walking aids on the market at the time, and still, apart from ours, which is coming to the end of development, were all aimed at therapy, so just indoor use, urban use, and not really giving any ability to kind of explore, be active in more fun and interesting ways. So that's what we were pitching, and we got through to the boot camp phase in Cambridge, and although we didn't get past that stage, we did get to go to St James's Palace and kind of watch all the pitches there, and we've had a great experience through kind of building our network with the help of Pitch at the Palace, and it's been giving us a really good dividends over time.
Excellent, very good. Now, our entrepreneurs only have 3 minutes to make their pitch, not 3 minutes, 10 seconds. So perhaps we'll go in reverse order this time, start with Andrew. What would be your top tip for a good pitch?
Just know what you're asking, and also tell your story. So people connect with a story. We were a small team, our market was 30,000 people in the UK. We were pitching against people who were talking about like numbers in the billions. So it was like, you know, the cures to cancer and everything like that. It's like, well, how do we compete with that? But people connected with the story of us helping a kid to run in his first sports day, because that's something you can connect with. It's something tangible, and so if you've got a story that people can connect with and you've got a clear ask, then I'd say focus on that.
Rachel?
I think sort of following on from that, being if you can be passionate and show your passion for what you're selling, that goes a very, very long way. People buy into you as much as they're buying into what you're trying to sell or do.
Mine's a follow-on from you guys, to be honest. It's a case of being confident, and I don't mean walking onto the stage doing the funky chicken, but effectively just being proud of the moment. Take it on board, and what these guys have said, yeah.
Very good. You mentioned networking and the value of that. Perhaps you could just give us a reflection each on how you've approached that and how you've seen the most benefit from the networking opportunity that this event presents. Perhaps we'll go back the other way this time, Peter.
Yeah, well, I had a fantastic one. After pitching at Buckingham Palace, I remember on the Friday morning driving back up to North Wales, I had an email from a gentleman who was part of the alumni and an audience member at Buckingham Palace. And the email said, liked your pitch, and I'm not the world's best presenter, don't get me wrong, but it was a great experience. And obviously the passion shone through for this individual to actually reach out, send me an email on the Friday morning and say, I'd be delighted to meet up with you and talk further about what your requirements are with regards investment into the business. I can say his name was Sir Michael Bibby, and I've met him numerous times been to his house 5 or 6 times, and he's an absolute fantastic guy. And I have the opportunity of working with him in the future with regards to investment coming into my business via himself, as well as others as well. So that was my experience.
So again, it's probably quite diverse from working with people through Audley Park in terms of support and guidance with regard to sort of commercialisation, translation and patent development, and also, again, networking for what we can actually, solutions that we can provide to other people, for example, with our collaboration with Lilypads.
Yeah, I think a big thing, a big takeaway from us was, email people right away, because it's so easy to lose the context behind a business card in your pocket, I guess. So a big thing for me was to, after you've had those conversations, like send that email straight off the bat. And then we've done stuff like we've brought people from Pitch at the Palace that we've met into our non-exec advisory board and like made them feel a part of our business's journey. And then through that, we've had access to their networks, and they've helped us. It's not necessarily what you need right now, it's what you might need in the future as well. So you've got to recognise there's a huge amount of experience and expertise in the room. And so just because you don't need somebody right now who knows how to negotiate a partnership doesn't mean that a year down the line you won't. And if you've kept in touch with them and kept a good relationship with them, then they're going to be just as useful then as they would be right now.
Absolutely, yeah. I fully endorse that. Perhaps just add that I think from my experience as well, it's often the second degree of connection. So that network that you're exposed to is looking beyond that to their network and people who can really help. And I think there are lots of people out there just really passionate about what they do who would love to help. They'd go out of their way to help.
If I can just touch on that as well, Keith. The experience from Pitch at the Palace allowed early this year, February this year, we applied for an Innovate UK grant to help with the R&D for the business. And we put reference to that. We'd been on Pitch at the Palace. And out of the awards, there was only 5% who got awarded. And Biopaxium Technologies got an actual fund of 500,000 from the Innovate UK because we just mentioned the name Pitch at the Palace.
There's fantastic kudos as well, which is not to be overlooked.
Very much so.
Fantastic kudos. So, you're very privileged to be here, whatever happens this afternoon. Perhaps just one final question then, just building on that. What about maintaining contact with the Palace and the Duke's office? Is there any examples that you could share with the audience about how you've leveraged that connection?
Well, the main thing for us is just staying on top of the emails. Like, it's really easy to stay in contact with the Duke's office because they're always staying in contact with you, right? So we're just trying to go to as many of these events that we're available to go to, because if we're able to give back in this way, then again we get to have those same networking opportunities as everybody else who's pitching and the delegates here, and that in itself has been invaluable to us.
Yeah, I guess the same is that there is, from the Duke's office, there is, you always know that you're going to be supported through, they always know your name and you're always getting emails through, and it's very give and take. Feels like a family.
Feels like a family. Marvellous. Peter?
Actually, Rachel's just said it all. I can tell you a brief experience I had where I attended Pitch at the Palace in Korea, which was a phenomenal venue. And the Pitch at Palace team had just literally 5 minutes to convert a room round because there was already another conference being attended. And they had multiple boxes with brochures and gift bags and everything else which needed to be placed out. So within 5 minutes, they had to do this for 500 people who were ready at the door to come in. So anyway, I actually helped out. Even His Highness, the bodyguards, everybody was running around, and we actually turned it round. It was an experience. Later on that in the evening, when we were in this very opulent garden setting with rockeries and water fountain, His Highness came over and he said, thank you. And Amanda as well, bless her, she came over and said, thank you for helping out. And I said, That's what I want to do. And he turned around and he says, you're part of the family. So, Rach, you're part of the family.
Thank you.
Now,
Fantastic.
don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that we're going to be moving into Buckingham Palace anytime soon, but we're part of it.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, great sentiments there. I echo that. You are part of the family now. And of course, the journey doesn't end with today. As you can see, our alumni here are back to share their stories and their learnings from their experience. And I hope you will be too in the future. So please, a round of applause for our alumni panel. Thank you. So, I'm now delighted to introduce to you our first keynote speaker, a successful businesswoman, a multi-award-winning businesswoman, and a tremendous ambassador and servant of South Yorkshire, the inspirational Dame Julie Kenny.
So, I'm delighted to be here to support the great work of the Duke of York in his initiative to provide a platform to amplify and accelerate the work of entrepreneurs. It is such an inspirational initiative, so today I've been asked to speak to the entrepreneurs in the room who are pitching for an opportunity to make their business dreams a reality, to tell you how I made my business dream a reality. In 1986, I sold my home. I had an equity of £28,500 and I invested that money to start a business from home, designing and making a PIR, which is a passive infrared receiver, using the latest electronic technology at that time. 30 years later, in 2016, I sold the business. When I sold the company, I employed 200 people on a 3-factory site in Rotherham. I had 2 R&D centres. I sold products to over 80 countries, had achieved over 50 patents, and a turnover on target to reach 30 million that year. The business now employs 50 more people and has continued to expand all over the world with an additional technology centre based in Doncaster. So how did it all start? Well, I was born in Sheffield with a difficult childhood. I was told by a teacher that I'd never make anything of my life. At 18, I decided I had to change my life, and that meant leaving Sheffield and my family. And with £45 in a purse, I packed a bag, caught a train, and went as far away from Sheffield as I could. That afternoon, I went for a job interview in Bodmin, Cornwall, as a junior secretarial role. I had to get that job. I told the person interviewing me that if he appointed me, he would never regret it for the rest of his life. And I meant that. And of course, I got the job. I worked very hard and I developed myself. And that was one of the first things to learn. If you've got the right attitude, and if you have the right attitude in staff, that they have the right attitude to want to learn and succeed. So from being a junior secretary in a law firm, I found I had an aptitude for law and an ambition to learn. And I was given the opportunity to train as a lawyer, and I grasped it with both hands and qualified after 8 years of part-time study. But in the meantime, I moved to Aylesbury to head up a civil litigation department for the district council. And in Aylesbury, I met Mr. Kenny. And where did he come from? Sheffield. So I promptly found myself back here. We were married, and within 5 weeks, he was made redundant. What's he going to do, I said. I was working in private practice in Sheffield. He said to me, I want to design a PIR. But he had no money. He had an overdraft. So I sold my house and invested that money in the business. Now, I was lucky. I was naive. I didn't know that 1 in every 2 businesses failed. I never thought about failure. And that is another thing to grasp onto. Always believe that you can succeed. And Paul and I answered an advertisement in the Times asking, are you a rising star? Which had been placed by a large investment company, Investors in Industry, or known later on as 3i. And we applied for funding to start a business. We prepared a business plan and got a salesman lined up, and with a cardboard cutout, we went and did our pitch. And we did get investment, and we had £8,500 investment and a £73,000 loan. We had an offer from the bank, but in that early stage we had a vision that we would be the #1 PAR manufacturer in the country, and never gave a thought that we could fail. So we were looking for further investment, and that's what the investor would give us. So a further lesson: be focused and determined, and believe in yourself and your ability. Our first purchase was a computer which incorporated CAD design over 30 years ago. And within 5 months of working round the clock, we had designed and manufactured parts for our first production in January '87. Imagine at that time, there were limited use of emails. This was my first experience of using a computer that I could put on the accounts, spreadsheets and word processing. The use of telegrams and telexes, which you probably don't, the young ones won't even know what they are, was the usual way of communicating around the world. And as I travelled around the world, I used to get coins to take into the telephone boxes to ring back, because the hotels were too expensive to make calls. And of course there were no mobile phones, and when we did get our first mobile phone, we used to take something like a business case with us to make a call because it was so big. So technology has changed. We designed and prepared for manufacturing the first product using surface mount technology in electronics, and we were only the second company in the world to use this technology. We invented a new way of detection and marketing, which was known as independent floating thresholds, and we designed the PIR to be the smallest in the world. Another lesson: try and create a good marketing story, use and develop new technology, because we all need differentiators to be able to sell our products and services. At the time, to support the business, I used to work full-time, and then going to work when I'd finished law in the day and work evenings and weekends. And 3 years later, I left law and worked full-time in the business. The first years we grew quickly, and at the time we were known as a high-growth startup. I'd never even heard this jargon, but that was in the 90s. And then we hit a recession, and cash for a growing company was an issue. The bank manager came to see us, and he wanted to reduce the overdraft, and he imposed a 36% interest charge on our borrowing. Now, at that time, borrowing interest charges were about 15%, so it was a punitive charge on us. And what I didn't know until I learnt later on, that the banks had been given a directive to actually reduce their, if you like, risk from their more risk-taking lending. He made me cry. And I'm not ashamed to say that. It was the best lesson I ever had, because I vowed no bank manager or bank would control my business again. Now, they always control your business when you borrow money from a bank, but I have never since that day had a warranty, a personal guarantee or a covenant on any borrowing that I've ever had. Big lesson to learn. So he did me a favour, and we refinanced, and I fired him in 3 months. So that was a fantastic thing, and we never looked back. It was a big learning. Big times will come. It's how you react to them. And it divides the winners from the losers. You either buckle down and sort it, or you buckle down and lose it. And there's the choices that you have to make. Resilience is so important. There are many stories to tell you about in the 30 years, some good times and some bad. But we expanded from a detector to a whole range of detectors and products comprising of a security system. And we became the #1 manufacturer in the UK. I remember the first exhibition I went to, I said to my supplier of sensors, he said to me, "Where do you want to be?" I said, "You see that stand there? That's where I want to be." And he laughed at me. In 1992, I wrote to him and told him we'd reached that position. So story again, determination. Pioneering decisions about products that we launched, which were ahead of the time and failed, and decisions about products which we relaunched at the right time and they were a success. These are many instances of trying to make your way in the market, but be flexible and fleet of foot. We've invested a large amount of money in trying to lead the market, being a pioneer, and times when we've followed the market and improved on what's gone before and made huge successes. Never give up trying, because there's always a way to capture the market. The internet and radio technology is one where we were the third major security investor in the market, a follower. But the product we launched was a step change to the technology that had previously been known in the market and included internet and app technology. And now this range is the largest seller in the UK today. What has endured during those years are the core values of myself as a leader, and you will find however you behave as a leader is carried on through the business. I've seen it so many times where bad or poor leadership leads to bad or poor businesses, and depending on how long the leader is in post, it then mediates down the business. My core values: hard work, honesty and transparency, integrity, can-do attitude, teamwork, perseverance, resilience, and above all, believe in yourself. Everything I've done has had this at the heart of it, and you'll find that your core values are represented in your business. And all I've ever wanted to do is to make a difference with my life. Work, colleagues, mentoring people, whether involved in other organisations or inspiring youngsters to succeed. Always look, if you're employing people, to employ people who are better and smarter than you. Your business benefits and they make you look good. They're not competition. Finally, I'd recommend that you think about expanding your horizons and getting involved in other organisations, whether voluntary or otherwise. I started to get involved in helping others in a large scale in 1995. And I can promise you that every organisation or every position that I've held that's been unpaid has repaid me by its learning. As a woman in a man's world, I learned that through some of the male-dominated boards I worked on, the important task of persuading men to my way of thinking and how to negotiate with them, which I was able to take in my workplace. The security industry is a male-dominated workplace. But more importantly, it was also great to learn about how diverse views of different businessmen I work with and to learn from them also. So some of the things that I've got involved in as a volunteer has been an intervention commissioner at Rotherham Council. Rotherham had some really difficult times recently, and the government took the powers off the council and gave the powers of the council to 5 commissioners. I was one of the commissioners that was appointed to run a council. Now, I got no idea after I'd been a local government officer many years ago, but I didn't know how to run a council. But you learn because you bring the business values and your moral values into the business. And now I'm very pleased to say Rotherham has got the right leadership, and the leadership will take it forward, and they're out of intervention. Way back again in 2005, I was the chair of the Small Business Council, advising government at the highest level of issues that small businesses had. I led 24 other entrepreneurs and sat on a cabinet committee with Tony Blair all those years ago. And my latest venture now is a place called Wentworth Woodhouse. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but it is the largest at-risk house within the UK, and it's in Rotherham, and this house needed saving. So I've raised with the trust £7.1 million to buy the house, and I had a 15-minute pitch to the Chancellor. I sneaked in a Conservative meeting with cross-party support. I had 15 minutes to pitch. I wanted 13.2 million. He gave me 7.6 million. But my friends joke with me and say it's the longest pitch of a Chancellor in an autumn statement for the smallest amount of money. But 7.6 was enough to get it over the line and to acquire it. So for those who don't know about it, have a look at it. If you're going to see Downton Abbey's story about the King and Queen visiting is a story about Wentworth Woodhouse, when the King and Queen visited Wentworth Woodhouse. And we've got great tours, great rooftop tours, and if you want to get married, you can get married there. So that's my pitch. But we have now 130 million to raise, and I'm currently working on the next 18 million. We've secured the first 3 million for the development, and it's a 20-year project, which will be my legacy. But for me, this is a really important legacy because it will help to make the people of Rotherham proud. The people of Rotherham have been so ashamed about what's happened in their own town. Those young people growing up today deserve somewhere where they can learn heritage skills, where they can have jobs, and where they can say, I'm proud to be from Rotherham. And for me, that is my driver for Wentworth Woodhouse. It will be an international destination. It has 365 rooms. It's got the largest number of staterooms in Europe. And Lloyd Webber called, and he told me it's in the world. So it is a very special place, but it's in Rotherham, and it's for the people of Rotherham and South Yorkshire, and then wider. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dame Julie, for sharing a remarkable story, very inspirational, and spoken with such conviction and passion. A few observations and reflections I had when I was listening to you speak there. Change and challenge is inevitable. What sets us apart as leaders is resilience and being true to our values, actually the culture being the strategy, the touch points. So we're now going to, in a moment, adjourn for lunch and networking. I encourage you to make the most of that networking opportunity. Those that are attending the VIP lunch, it's downstairs in the Master's Foyer. You'll know who you are. And what I need you all to do, please, is to be back in this room, ready to go, raring to go at 1 o'clock. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
cane juice dehydrated. So we're using
So
the
that's why you...
sugarcane packaging,
Okay,
and
okay.
we're using the sugarcane juice to make
Okay,
panela.
okay.
So it's a sugar.
Yes.
sit in there?
Yeah, you can sit here.
Your Royal Highness, Lord Lieutenants, Lord Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. Well, for those of us who are here this morning, what an inspiring session that we heard. Three great stories from three alumni. And this afternoon, we look forward to hearing the pitches. But before we start this afternoon session, I'd like to invite His Royal Highness to say a few words, particularly to the pitchers. I know he had a quiet word with them outside, offering and sharing some advice, and I invite His Royal Highness up on stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pitch on Tour to Sheffield. We're back at it, second half of the year, and we're ready for another group of entrepreneurs. Pitch. We are looking for 6 things from the audience for these businesses. We're looking for mentors. We're looking for people who are prepared to be on the end of a telephone who can help these businesses. We're looking for advisors, and by that I mean accountants, lawyers, bankers, people who can provide professional advice. I have no worries whether or not a business succeeds or fails because the idea is disrupted. I get a little annoyed if business process engineering isn't up to standard. We want people who have distribution systems or supply chains to think how they can best apply those distribution systems and supply chains for these businesses to be able to earn revenue. In some cases it's easy, in some cases it's a bit more difficult. But actually, it just requires a little thought. And talking of thought, the one thing that we have worked out makes more difference to these businesses after they've made their 3-minute pitch, or even during their 3-minute pitch, is the number of connections that the audience can make for those businesses. And while you're sitting listening, I know that you will have that aha moment. I know exactly who that business needs to speak to, or needs to be put in touch with. Or they should go and have a look at so-and-so's website, or they should do something. It's the connections that you can make that really make a difference to these businesses. Remember also These businesses would love connections to people and organisations because that's what they know is going to make a difference to them. So there's a twofold thinking process, but remember the connections that you can make. And the last thing is, of course, investment and capital. But we are only interested in that, in the fact that it is axiomatic that they are going to need some form of capital in order to be able to continue their growth. What we want to be able to do is to start that conversation between potential investor and potential business. I don't want anybody making an instantaneous decision. This is a much more gradual process, because with a startup business, you're investing in the person, not the track record. And you've got to be comfortable with that on both sides of that investment fence. So those are the things that I am looking for from the audience. What am I looking for the startup companies pitching this afternoon? Well, the first and most important thing is that they must have an ask of the audience here today. It's got to be relevant to the audience here today, because every time they pitch, their ask needs to be different because of the circumstances and the geography that they are in and the audience that they are facing. If you don't have an ask, then somebody will make sure, if you forget to make an ask is what I mean, somebody will remind you to make an ask, and it might be sitting in the front row. The other aspect from the entrepreneur's point of view is just, as I said outside, remember that the audience don't necessarily know anything about your particular business, and this is a communications exercise, not a technical description. But above all, everybody in this room is here to hear, listen, learn, and help. Make the most of it. I think the normal rules apply that we're looking to give 3 of you a buy through the selection process, which takes place in about a month's time. But the advantage of being through this process is that the others have a distinct advantage when it comes to the discussions to select at the next level. And on average, we've been selecting probably 50% of the 42 from, as it were, across the On Tour events. So it's not by any means the fact that you don't get through today. It doesn't mean that you haven't got through. It just means that there's another process. So good luck, enjoy it, make the most of it, and don't worry about the 3 in the middle here who are going to be annoying. It's all right, they're just directors, and I just need to keep them in their boxes every now and again. They just need to be. Good luck, guys. And everybody else, have a great afternoon. Thank you very much indeed.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's time to meet our contenders. We have 15 entrepreneurs, so there'll be 15 3-minute bouts. The timing will be controlled by our trumpeter, Alex. Would you like to give us a demonstration of what happens when your 3 minutes are reached? Now, if you hear that sound, yes, thank you. Expertly done. Now, if you hear that sound, by all means finish the sentence. Please don't finish the paragraph. Your time is up. And then what we will do is I will invite one brief question, succinct question from our judging panel. So again, please keep your answer succinct, because we only have 1 minute for the question at the end before the next person is due on. Right. Audience, we need your participation. By now, you should have all downloaded the app. If you're not sure about the Wi-Fi, it's on your badge. I think we might have a short video that explains the voting process coming up. For your top 3, so you probably want to do that at the end of all the pitches, but you're welcome to make notes as we go along. So without further ado, let's have our first contender up on the stage, and that is Elizabeth Barg from EGSCU.
In the UK, CCTV has been a very useful tool with which many offences and criminal activity is witnessed, evidence is obtained, and to a large percentage, offenders identified and brought to justice. It is little known amongst the general public the value of rural crime and the extreme difficulty of evidence due to the remote locations. The Rural Crime Report for 2018 showed the rural crime cost the UK 44.5 million. The report showed that crime increased by 13.4%. Fly tipping. Large-scale industrial fly tipping is the illegal dumping of waste. It can be costly and time-consuming to remove, dangerous to human health, wildlife and livestock. When fly tipping takes place on private land, it is the landowner's responsibility to remove. For example, a lorry load can cost over £800. Fly tipping has risen by 40% in the last 5 years, according to Local Government Association analysis. Incidents have increased to 997,553 in 2017 at a cost of 12.2 million. Livestock theft can be a lucrative criminal activity due to the good prices that can often be received for cattle and sheep. The crime can range from losing hundreds of animals to just 1 or 2. The loss of stock leads to significant financial losses and can also have further impacts on the business. Due to the remote locations with no electrical power source, EGSCU, using current and existing mobile and visual technology, would operate via the mobile SIM card activated by motion sensor, and using its own inbuilt power source with day and night infrared use, EGSCU could be positioned in any at-risk location. With a waterproof custom-built outer shell, native to the location, for example a dry stone wall, EGSCU could be activated and via an app on a receiving device, such as a mobile phone or tablet, high-quality pictures or high-definition videos will be sent to the farmer or enforcement agency, etc., allowing action to be taken with further footage such as vehicle registration number, description, offenders, etc. Photo and video footage are also stored internally on the micro SD card. I believe EGSCU could be a valuable asset in the fight against rural crime, and I'm asking for mentorship and assistance in helping move this forward. Thank you.
So perhaps we might have a question from one of our judges for Elizabeth. Who would like to start?
Hello.
Hello.
I just thought I'd ask how far you've got in terms of sourcing the product. You have a prototype
working
and a sense of
prototype.
what it would cost for someone to buy.
I have a working prototype, which is just behind you. in the box. So I'm trying to aim for under £150 to make it affordable.
Very good. Well done. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
So next up we have Tom Parkinson from Steamer Co. Tom.
His Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tom Parkinson and I'm the CFO at Steamer Co. The CEO's wife has just had a little baby boy, so unfortunately the true founder can't be here today. And even worse for you, you've got to listen to an accountant for the next 3 minutes. 2 billion people still live without adequate access to electricity. These people get by with makeshift solutions such as kerosene lamps that are highly polluting and harmful to health. Consequently, more people die in Africa from smoke inhalation diseases than they do from HIV and malaria combined. However, there is a $20 billion opportunity for utilities if they can solve this. So why haven't they solved it? African utilities currently lose money hand over fist. 95% of them do not recover their costs. Unmetered and bypassed connections mean that half of the energy they supply is not collected, well, revenue is not collected. They then overstaff and employ inefficient processes to try and fill the gap. This is where Steamer Co comes in. Steamer Co automates processes and improves collection rates. Our innovative smart meter and cloud IoT platform enables utilities to manage their customers effectively. We use radio technology to provide superior last-mile connectivity, and then we connect to the cloud via GPRS and SMS as a backup, and we're the only smart meter in the world that can do this. We're also ultra-efficient with data. Our competitors need gigabytes to manage a grid, and we need megabytes. This reliability and data efficiency means that utilities can manage their customers profitably, so more projects get financed and more grids get installed. More investment, more grids, more connections. A virtuous cycle is created with Steamer Co as the catalyst. To date, we've connected over 40,000 homes and businesses across 10 countries. One particular one is Nancy in Kenya, who, on getting connected to power, was able to set up a hairdressing salon. And with the money she earned from that, she could then send her kids to school. Our goal is to help millions of people gain access to power and help, like Nancy, and help people like this little man reach out for a brighter future. Now, being the CFO, I'm always happy to talk about finance and spreadsheets as it is, but we're here for connections, please. We welcome introductions to people such as Simon Seggers, who's an ex-ARM CEO, and also anyone at the Nigerian Electricity Board, such as Professor Charles Momo. We are Steamer Co. We connect the unconnected. Thank you very much.
Well done. So perhaps you have another question from our judging panel for Tom?
You said you got 40,000 at the moment. Where do you expect to be 3 years from now?
3 years from now, I think we're on 800,000, which is a big growth plan, but we have investment behind us to achieve that. Ah, fantastic. There we go. This is the power of the day. Right.
Very good. Well done. Thank you, Tom. So both of those pictures were in our agriculture, energy and renewables technology. We'll now move to business and consumer products and service. And our next entrepreneur is James Talbot from Damson Global.
Everybody, Your Highness. I'd like to start by telling you 3 stories. They will all converge at the end to reveal our latest product. The first story begins with when I was a bachelor. I had my own batch pad in London, absolutely fantastic, set it up the way I wanted to. My living room had a great TV and a surround sound system, all singing or dancing. My friends loved it. They could come around and watch the cricket, the football, the rugby. My girlfriend hated it. We then got married. We then moved house. My house became our house, her house. To this very day, that box of surround sound equipment still sits where it was moved to. She wouldn't let me open to it because there were wires trailing around everywhere. So after a number of years, I put up with the flat sound that you got from the tinny TVs. And she turned around to me and said, well, you own an electronics company, an audio company, go and make one. So I did. And I worked alongside Dolby to create the world's first wireless Dolby Atmos surround sound system. Brings me on to my next story. Alongside this, we had developed a bone conduction headset. Initially, this was targeted at runners and cyclists to allow them to put the headset on and still hear everything around them. So it was safe while they were out training. But as a byproduct, a customer approached us and said they tried it on their child who was born deaf and had never heard stereo sound. He sent us a video. The video is available on our YouTube channel. And during this video, it showed the emotion of Timmy, the 3-year-old boy, hearing stereo sound for the very first time. And after a couple of minutes, his hands started pulsing with the beat of the music. That led me to introduce a collaboration with the Cambridge NHS Trust, during which we've now developed and are going through medical regulation for a bone conduction headset that people with cochlear hearing loss will be able to hear sound. Great for children, right the way through to adults. And that leads me to my third story. Age-related hearing loss is getting greater and greater as the population lives longer. We've possibly all experienced it. Maybe the Duke of York himself has experienced it when he's popped around to the palace, perhaps to watch an evening of a couple of episodes of The Crown. We sit down at home and we're watching TV. I spoke to my parents about it. They watch TV in separate rooms, the same TV programme, and they're messaging each other via WhatsApp. I was like, what are you doing? Mum turns around and says, well, your father, he wants the TV volume at 100%. I only need it at 30%, so we can't sit in the same room together, so we have to do it this way. So it led me to converge our two technologies into one, allowing those with cochlear hearing loss to listen to the TV at the volume they want to, whilst at the same time able hearing people to listen to TV at a volume they want to, making TV more social again and more involving. And my ask of the audience today is Sky do have a soundbar that they promote through their subscription services. I'd like an introduction to the CEO of Sky because our system is better and frankly safer for everybody. Thank you.
Well done, James, and no trumpets. Kept to time there very well. I've got a question for you.
Yep.
You mentioned medical regulation.
Yes.
Where are you with that, and what's your anticipated timeline to achieve it?
We've done the clinical trials. We've finished those. It's ready to be adopted. We're currently actually, I'm going to mention the B word, struggling with Brexit because we're waiting to get our final CE medical certification. If anybody has a help and an aid for that, that would be fantastic because we could get this out into the market in March. And the trials, we've had letters from teachers and parents who've used this during the trials with their children. They've had glue ear, which is temporary, so the NHS doesn't cover it. And they've dealt with it very well. And the feedback has been, we've now got children that are engaged in the classroom again.
Well, I have lots of personal experience with medical device regulation, so maybe we could have a chat later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Oh, sorry.
Why haven't you got CE?
There are currently only 2 companies in the UK that are capable of providing medical CE markings, and due to Brexit, they are totally backed up. And there's 2, we've had hit a perfect storm. MDR regulations are changing next year, and CE companies that can produce CE marks for us are very limited. Their resources are just ridiculous. So it's that, basically. Yep. No, okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we'll move on. So our next entrepreneur is Garrett Foxon from Hanley Payments. Welcome to the stage.
Hi everyone, I'm Garrett Foxon. I'm the founder of Hanley Payments. We believe that utilising the power of the thumb can save businesses a lot of time and effort. I'm sure all of us in this room, except some maybe, we have missed payments in the past. This may not be due to not having enough funds or not being willing to pay, but it's down to not being the right time to pay. The invoices land on your mat, you're busy doing something else. You're playing with the kids, you're on a work project, you're tied up, and you do not have the time to pay. And it's a faff. Log on to your online banking, remember the amount, remember the reference details. It's all a delay. And then by the time you are ready to pay, it could be 2, 3, 4 days down the line, or even worse, the business has had to send you out a reminder to pay. Now, we have done some studies for SMEs in the market, and we've identified that this could take 2 to 3 working days of a business's time to chase money that they've already earned. From monitoring the bank account to see who has and hasn't paid, to managing the chasing and the remitting and the debt collection process, as well as processing the cash flow, especially when it's tight. Our solution is send out an email or an SMS direct to the customer, and utilising the power of the customer's thumb, they can pay there and then. 4 clicks and the customer is paid. Open up the message, follow the link within the message, authenticate themselves with their online banking, confirm the payment. And the money is directly into the business's bank account within 2 hours. This streamlines the process. It's great customer experience because they don't have the hassle of worrying about an invoice over their head or waking up in the middle of the night going, oh, I should have paid that yesterday, but life just got in the way. And also it's great for the business. Cash flow, they don't just get paid on the due date, they get paid on the day the invoice is sent, as well as clear reporting to show who has and hasn't paid, automated messaging and reminding to show automated messages to chase those people that haven't paid on time and to chase the payment. Now, we've utilised this product already with Let's Pay, which is a rental collection service targeted at the letting agencies, and it's been greatly received. Now, for the future, we want to branch out into new markets, either by having market-specific brands, much like Let's Pay, or partnering with partners. And our ask today is if you could help us into new markets, or if you've got links into new markets to integrate our system, we'll be keen to talk. And also, could you use the power of your thumb to follow Let's Pay, at Let's Pay, sorry, at Let's Pay, to support our business on Twitter. Thank you.
Congratulations, you used all of the 3 minutes. Well done. So perhaps do we have one of our judges who have experience in banking or fintech who might have a question for James?
Gareth.
Sorry, Gareth. I do apologise.
Right.
Or any other questions from our panel?
The bank authentication process at the other end, that sounds like herding a lot of quite big sheep. How do you get through that? Because it's obviously a two-ended thing.
So we're utilising the power of the open banking technology. So as a PISP, we can hook in and we send the message to their bank so they confirm which bank they want to pay with from online, and we send the message to the bank. And they confirm.
Very good. Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you.
Our next entrepreneur is Deidre McGettrick from Kildare. Please come up to the stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Deirdre McGettrick, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Kildare. Can I have a quick show of hands? Who here has purchased furniture for their home? Everyone. And who here has searched online for furniture? Full house. Amazing. So you're going to understand my situation. 2.5 years ago, I purchased an apartment with my fiance, and we went about furnishing it. You have all of the inspiration, Instagram, Pinterest, that perfect item. And then you go to search it. Onto Google, enter your search criteria, and start. Furniture retailer, after furniture retailer, after furniture retailer. Only ever finding a subsection of the available market. It's a nightmare. Who else has been through that experience? A lot of hands and a lot of nods. That's why we've created Cooldia, the home for furniture discovery. Cooldia is a website that allows consumers to search, discover, compare, and shop furniture from across the entire market in one place. Cooldia allows people to favorite, set sales alerts, compare products, and create furniture collections. We launched our MVP in February of this year. We've been busy proving our model and onboarding retailers, of which we have 66 to date. This translates into over 200,000 furniture products available to search. I'm really excited about helping people find that perfect piece of furniture for their home. In a market that's worth $9 billion today in the UK alone, $3 billion of which was purchased online. And the online segment is hugely growing, projected to be $4 billion by 2023. Today, my ask is threefold. We are looking to raise $2 million of investment across 3 core areas: our people, marketing, and technology. We are looking for introductions on that side. We are also looking for introductions to staff. We are looking for professionals in marketing, product development, and design to join our team in an innovative and fast-growing company. And thirdly, we're looking for introductions to furniture retailers around your local area who would benefit from coming on the Cooldia website. Last question. Are you looking for furniture today, or do you know somebody who is? Seeing a lot of nods. If so, head over to cooldia.com to start your search, or share Cooldia with your friends on our social media platforms: Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, YouTube. We're on them all. Lastly, I would like to thank you all for listening. We appreciate any support and all that you can give. And along with my business partner, Ray, we would love to talk to you afterwards if you have any further questions or want to learn where to get that item of furniture that evades you. Thank you.
Well done, Deirdre. I particularly like the fact that not only did you use exactly your 3 minutes, but you also had 3 asks. Now then, and a call to action at the end. Wonderful. So perhaps a question from one of our judging panel.
Just a quick one. How are you handling the logistics of delivering and potential returns and potentially reselling of furniture in the process that you're proposing?
Yes, that's a great question. We don't actually sell the furniture on the website. Once you find that perfect item, you click through onto the furniture retailer and you get the product from them. They're in charge of the payment, the logistic, returns, customer service. Our model is really highly scalable and light touch. We help that frustration of the search process, and then the furniture retailer is in charge of their customer. And the furniture retailer, importantly, wants to keep that connection with their customer rather than handing it over to us. And that's the exciting part, because that will enable us to lift our technology and drop it in Ireland, in the USA, in Canada, where a solution like this doesn't exist.
What kind of margin are you charging?
So the commission rate varies retailer per retailer depending upon their size and their product. Some of it is a pay-per-click when you send traffic on, and others commission. It's about 10%.
Okay, thank you very much. It was good to see some audience engagement there and encourage the audience to participate. And now moving to our last entrepreneur in this category, business and consumer products and service, and that's Charlotte Xiang from Misfits Apparel.
Imagine getting half naked and having a stranger measure you every time you bought underwear. Imagine that after buying, there was an 80% chance that the underwear would poke you, pinch you, or fall down. Imagine that not wearing underwear wasn't an option because doing so would prevent you from running, wearing your favorite outfit, or going about your day confidently. How would you feel about buying underwear? Now, what I've just described is absurd, and it is the reality of bra shopping today. I'm Charlotte, founder and CEO of Misfits, and we're on a mission to change the way bras are bought and sold for good. The average woman spends £100 every year on bras, from the time she's a teenager until the end of her life. In Europe alone, that's £7 billion annually. And the lingerie industry still hasn't figured out a fitting process that works. Till now, size has been the only tool that a woman can use to shop for a bra. But a size represents just 2 simple measurements, and for a garment that needs to lift, shape, and stabilize, size just isn't enough. So we know that there are hundreds of thousands of bras out there, and no good way to search for them. And industry research backs this up. 3 in every 4 women buy and wear bras that don't fit. So Misfits is solving this problem, and we do it starting with a woman. We've identified 300 unique breast shapes with 6 key features that can impact the way a bra fits. We've taken these features and we've transformed them into a branded 5-minute quiz on our website that any woman can use to create her unique fit profile. Then we take this profile and we map it against the universe of bras in the market to identify the best brands, models, and sizes for her. You can think of us as a personal shopper, but we're much more than that. The fit profile is designed to be used throughout the different stages of a woman's life, whether that's pregnancy, menopause, weight gain, weight loss. And in that way, we're doing what no brand can. We're aggregating data about women's morphologies and preferences, how these change throughout time, and how well the market is meeting this demand. So, how's it going? We pushed our Fit Quiz to market in May of this year, and we had 6,000 women come to our site with hardly any marketing spend. 80% of these women were completing fit profiles, and 70% were creating accounts with us because they're tired of wasting time and money on bras that don't fit. Just 3 weeks ago, we started selling, and we've already seen £1,400 in sales. So with this early traction, we're super excited about creating a world where women can feel comfortable and supported throughout the day. So here's my ask. On August 24th, The Guardian published an article called "It's 2019, and we need to talk about why bras are still so horrible." This article was written by a woman named Arwa Madawi, and I would love to have her try the Misfit service and see what she has to say about it. Thank you.
Well done, Charlotte. I have a question for you. You mentioned a data set that you're building, which could be quite substantive. How might you and your company extract value from that data that you're collating?
Yeah, there are lots of possible applications. We had considered producing our own product, but it seems to be that with so many brands out there who already have incredible supply chains built up, what would be most interesting for me is bringing that data in terms of post-product feedback, feeding it back to the brands to inform this product development and really creating more better fitting bras to the people who need them and bring sustainability to the supply chain in terms of that.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next entrepreneur is from the category of consumer and industrial IoT, and that's Dan Simmons of Quensus.
Hello everyone. I have some bad news. In the next 25 years, the UK will run out of water. In fact, it's not just the UK, it's a worldwide crisis. 2 years ago, in Cape Town, South Africa, they almost got to day zero, where they would have had to shut off the whole water supply. If it hadn't been for the efforts of the businesses and people there to conserve what little water they had left. Here in the UK, it's a different case. Water consumption is double that of population growth, and that itself is exponential. Just think, in 20 years' time, 9 million people are expected to grow in this country. That's the population of Scotland and Wales put together. How on earth are we going to fill that shortfall? 3 billion litres is lost in the UK every day from leaking and wasted water. 1 billion of that is under our direct control. However, water bills are difficult to look at and investigate, and building managers just don't have the time to go around every single building and floor and water fixture to check if they're okay. Things like broken taps, toilets, urinals, such as the ones in this building, are wasting tens of thousands of pounds every single year. At Quensus, we connect smart meters and valves to the internet using the latest IoT technology to give automated reports on exactly how much businesses are wasting in water, where they're being wasted, and the return on investment for fixing those issues. Not only that, it can turn the water off automatically if you've got a leak or a burst pipe, therefore mitigating water damages. But it can also turn the water off out of hours when no one's there, like an automatic light switch, to immediately mitigate half of all wasted water. We have over 500 meters already installed and over 50 million litres saved already. We regularly save 30% plus of a water bill in a business. So if you know any directors of building management companies who could incorporate this technology in their company, then please ask. Also, if you are responsible for your own buildings and wish to reduce your overheads, please talk to us. And together we can conserve our most precious resource. My third and final ask, which is a long shot, but I'd like to meet Matt Damon, because he has founded a water charity, and I think together we could do great things. Thank you very much.
Well done, Dan. I'm interested, what's the market take-up have you had of your service so far? Where have you got to with that?
There is a barrier because people don't understand that there is a problem, but we are in a dry country. But once it's in, the savings are phenomenal because it hasn't been looked at before, unlike energy, where we all know we should be putting LED lighting in. There is a saturation point where solar panels and ground source heat pumps give a 10-year payback. Really easy savings to be made with water. I'm talking 1 week, 2 week payback period for fixing things like toilets and urinals. No brainer, really.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of businesses in the room who might go away and reflect on that. Thank you very much for your pitch.
Thank you.
Our next entrepreneur is in the category Cyber Security Data Management and Analytics, a very topical subject, and that is Mark Davies of IOETEC.
Good afternoon to everybody, Your Royal Highness. Hi, I'm Mark Davies. I'm the co-founder and CEO of IOTech, and we're a Sheffield-based cybersecurity company. We specialise in securing data that's created by IOTech, Internet of Things devices. So what's the point of Internet of Things? Well, it's to generate data, right? And that data, we get information, knowledge, and are able to make better, more informed decisions. I understand that data is being compared to the new oil because it has value. But what if, in this fake news world, we're unable to trust it? The WEF, the World Economic Forum, this year's risk report states that after climate change, bad weather conditions and natural disasters, cites data theft and fraud and cyber attack as the next biggest global risk. At IOTech, we compare data to water because we need to know where it's come from, its source, how it's got to us, where it's been stored, and then when we come to consume it, that it's safe. Blank. So that's what we do. So that's what IOTech does. We make sure that the data is secured from its source all the way through using a full end-to-end encrypted system. We use a SaaS communications platform, and it's available for all IoT manufacturers. It's cost-effective, it's scalable, and it's simple to install. We have the additional benefit of enabling these IoT manufacturers to comply with data privacy laws, both that exist right now, but also those in the future that are forthcoming, such as the DCMS Secure by Design regulations. Our journey to date has been, we've been through the Cyber Accelerator at GCHQ. We've got fantastic technical support through the Lorca Cyber Programme, where we found our commercial feet, and here in Yorkshire with the IoT Tribe, where we cemented our relationships with establishments such as the AMRC, where we currently have our first POC running. We have a number of early adopters that has allowed us to be self-funded, but our ask is for more POCs, particularly in the Industrial 4 arena and connected health. So if there's anybody who is able to help us, that would be fantastic. And the idea of that is to get our investors more confidence to enable us to build our bigger sales pipeline and drive our more technical development. With 30 billion devices that are being connected over the next year, we may not seem to be a social solution. There has to be one.
Sorry. Time's up. Nevertheless, well done. My question is about next steps. So what's the next big important step for you and your business?
For us as investment, we're ready to go to market now. We're ready to scale. So we need to build a big sales pipeline and to start getting business through the door. We have our technology is proven. So now it's a big sales drive for us. So we're ready to go to market, and to prove that, we need to get the confidence of our investors to invest in us. For that is our ask, which is to get more trials and POCs to show and prove, because it's quite cutting-edge technology. It's quite a big education program. It is, as you said, cybersecurity is the next biggest thing, and we just need to get people to understand the value of the importance of investing in their security of their systems.
So maybe a trophy client as a product advocate.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. On that, we now move to fintech and blockchain, and our entrepreneur is Sam Patchett from Finstant. Sam.
Hello. So how many people in this room own a business? Just quick show of hands. Okay. How many of you have a cash flow forecast for that business? Slightly less hands. And how many of you are actually confident in that cash flow forecast? A couple of liars on the front row. It's a massive problem in the UK. 80% of businesses won't survive past 5 years. That's not good for the economy. The main reason that businesses don't survive is they simply run out of money. I know that more than most people in this room because my first business is exactly that. It failed because we ran out of finance. And that's why I created Finstant. Finstant is cash flow forecasting software that allows you to create a cash flow forecast in another 10 minutes. We do this by revolutionizing the way we create cash flow forecasts. We simply ask you a few business questions. We don't present you with cells, complex formula, jargon that no one knows what it actually means. We just ask you business questions. What's your product called? How many are going to sell in the first month? When's that first month going to be? And we do all the complex stuff behind it. To launch this, we built the world's very first cash flow forecast that is built in Facebook. So simply talking to our messenger bot, which you can see at the bottom there, you can build a forecast in under 5 minutes. We've got full software launching in 2 months' time, and we're also looking to move into Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa. So again, you can build a forecast by simply talking to your home system. That again would be a world's first. The real exciting thing about Finstant is we connect small businesses with the opportunities they need. I can see from your cash flow forecast what you need and when you need it. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting you, the business owner, seeing what you need and putting corporates in there. I'm speaking to some massive players in the industry in finance, accountancy, business support services, legals, funding, you name it, I'm probably talking to them because they want to see the data I'm providing. I'm basically a thoroughfare using AI, using machine learning, and I'm connecting you to all of these people. Accountants, business services, you name it, I can probably connect you to it. My name's Sam, I'm the sole founder of Finstant. I've got a pre-seed investor, I've got a growing board. If any of you want to be part of it, please come talk to me. And I'm part of great programs like the NatWest Accelerator and Tech Manchester. And my ask of you in this room is, whoever runs this, I don't know who the actual person is, but whoever runs it, please come talk to me. I want to give you my software to anyone who applies to this program, okay? So anyone, any of the alumni, anyone who wants to apply, no matter whether they get through or not, I want to give you my software. I stop businesses going bust because they run out of money, and I think it's our duty to help do that. So thank you.
Very good. Well done, Sam. And I particularly like the call to action there of engaging some potential product advocates in the audience. My question would be, who are your target customers? Who's a typical end user of your product?
So as of writing right now, my product is perfect for idea to seed stage companies. In the next 2 years, I'm building it out to angels, VC, exit stage companies. But as of today, as of talking to you right now, if you have an idea, early trading, looking to raise your first round of funding, I am perfect to build your cash flow forecast for you.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next category is health, fitness and medical technology. And our first entrepreneur to pitch is Chris Genders of Gendius.
Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen. I think the golden rule of pitching is never to start with an apology, but what I'm going to explain in the next couple of minutes is largely my fault. Back in 2005, I was working for a pharmaceutical company selling a drug called pioglitazone for diabetes. My wife was selling insulin for Novo Nordisk, and for my 50th birthday, I got diabetes. I'd spent many years talking to the health service about diabetes. I thought it was going to be a walk in the park. It was horrible. Within 3 months, I was on insulin and a whole load of products beside. So the initial diagnosis was pretty traumatic. As a layman, I thought I wasn't really well placed to understand diabetes. I had no idea. So life ticked on. 2010, snowy day, went for a walk with my wife, came back, blister on my foot, turned into a diabetic foot ulcer, which took 12 weeks to heal. I did it again in 2016, went to Berlin, went for a long walk, and got a diabetic foot ulcer. My prognosis is actually worse now than if I had prostate cancer. I have no idea why it happened. So at that point, I thought, I've got to do something about this. And I didn't want to die wondering. I could make a difference to people who have diabetes. So insulin, I guess, is my baby. The NHS currently spends about £11.4 billion a year on diabetes. Of that, 80% is avoidable if people only understood how complications occur. And the harsh reality is, as a patient, I get about 30 minutes a year with a healthcare professional. I inject 4 or 5 times a day with insulin. I spend 500,000 minutes on my own trying to manage my diabetes. So it's pretty difficult, to say the least. So the idea was, let's find something that can help people understand this route to complications. There are 4,000 diabetes apps on the market currently, and most of them are rear-view mirrors. They tell you what's happened with your blood glucose, with your carb intake, your exercise, which is great, but none of them, except insulin, are predictive. We take an extensive clinical history from patients, and it's a bit of a pain for them. We ask them about 30 or 40 questions. We then run them through an algorithm that's been developed for us by Nottingham University, and then do a risk profile so we can actually change the course of their direction of diabetes. So in the future, we've got basic AI, we want to get better. We're interested in blockchain. We'd like conversations around that. But most of all, 4,000 apps, 4,000 diabetes apps, 650,000 wellness apps. It's really difficult to get out in the mire. We need people to mentor us who believe in what we're doing, who share our vision. We need investment because we're a startup, and show we need a startup that doesn't need that. And also we want to engage. We want people with like the best black books in the world. We want to engage with the NHS, pharma, medical device companies. Thank you.
Well done, Chris. Obviously, the disease prevalence of diabetes is increasing. What are your projections over the coming years of the market opportunity for your service?
I'm really grateful to the Daily Express for running this on their front page this morning. It's basically saying, in terms of...
For those at the back, diabetes, the forecast to shock Britain.
Yeah, 1 in 4 hospital beds in the next 11 years will be occupied by somebody with diabetes. The global spend in 2013 is forecast at $2.5 trillion. It's extortionate and it's growing fast. It's massive. A lot of people look at the pre-diabetes market, but there's a lot of people like me who have diabetes, and that's going to go on for a long time to come yet. So we need to do something to help them.
Super, so huge opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next entrepreneur is Melissa Ainsworth from Margot Medical.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
We can currently do incredible things with technology, from architectural design to driverless cars. But what if we took things even further? What if we could generate technology that was trained in more complex fields such as innovation and technology? Well, this is where Sam Hope, a PhD student and CEO of Margot Medical, questioned if robots had the ability to be trained as high as scientists and doctors, and if given the correct tools, could they detect, differentiate, and diagnose complex medical issues. Now, to test this theory, Sam spent all of her summer locked up inside, training a computer to know the different characteristics of all infections. And she trained the computer to know this by using different number formulas and creating colony patterns found in pathogenic bacteria. Now, when Sam was ready to test this after a long couple of weeks, she tested it and found that the system worked effectively and that she could diagnose an illness through different samples. And because this experiment was successful, Sam developed a mobile medical diagnostics system known as MICA, which stands for Margot Infection Control Assistance. And this efficient diagnostic will be the first in AI technology in the next revolution of healthcare. And we have never been in more need for solutions to complex health problems than we are today and in the next few years. We are currently facing two global catastrophes: global warming and antibiotic resistance. By the year 2050, 10 million people a year will die from infection that can no longer be cured with antibiotics. However, MICA hopes to solve this statistic, as it will provide a better health service and it will act as an infection control barrier. It will also reduce financial health costs and slow the rate of resistance development, which is slowly spreading. And this could potentially save millions of people every year. And Sam is here today to continue with her story and to hope that this wonderful and diverse audience can help her company in sponsorship, mentorship, and the most important thing is spreading awareness of this big issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Well done. I've got a question of clarity, please. The end user of this system or service, is that the patient? Is that a clinician? Is it both? Who would use this rapid diagnosis?
It could be both in different circumstances. A patient can use it to find out what is wrong with them and to find out their medical issue, but then a person in a professional field could use it as well.
Right, so it could supplement and to support the diagnosis. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our last entrepreneur in this health, fitness and medical technology category is Andrew Botham from TestCard.
Good afternoon, I'm Andrew. I'm going to talk to you about TestCard. At TestCard, we've embedded a urine diagnostic device into a postcard, which in conjunction with a mobile phone app means we can diagnose common conditions in the comfort, convenience and privacy of your own home. Everyone here is very lucky. You're very lucky because you've probably never been isolated from healthcare geographically or economically, but these are real problems in many parts of the world, and we're in early talks with the Gates Foundation to address some of those problems. But people in the UK are still socially isolated from healthcare, either because they're elderly and frail, or mental health conditions, or just because there's a social stigma attached with that condition. Now, the right thing for these is not to drag them out into a healthcare setting and remove them from the safety and security of their own home. And TestCard addresses those accessibility problems. Our first products on the market are a pregnancy test, a urine drugs of abuse screen, and a urinary tract infection test. Now, we developed these first because these are the clinical scanning technologies we needed to develop within our app. clinical scanning technology that's recently been tested by Roche Diagnostics and found to be better than their gold standard equivalent that's used within hospitals. But TestGuard is a platform technology. We can be adapted for use with any rapid diagnostic or combination of rapid diagnostics, improving performance, delivery, and accessibility for home use. Our pipeline includes testing for long-term health conditions such as kidney disease and diabetes, sexually transmitted infections, a full pregnancy management product where we can go through fertility, ovulation, pregnancy, gestational diabetes, and screening for preeclampsia in the home. And in 2 years' time, we expect to be the first company to launch an at-home urine test for prostate cancer. We really like the idea of being able to deliver your dad a prostate postcard. So we're here to try and improve healthcare and empower people in their own healthcare. So our asks today are simple. We want to develop a diverse advisory panel. So if anyone's interested, is working in health technology or in retail, in really driving the future of healthcare and strategically improving healthcare for all. And we also want an introduction to the health minister so we can sit down and talk about how we can help deal with some of the burdens of the NHS and reducing footfall through hospitals and primary care. Thank you very much.
Well done, Andrew.
Thank you.
Mike, excellent that you're democratising patient testing. And my question really is about clinical evaluation. Have you sort of engaged with some sites? Have you got some sites that are trying to use this with their patients?
So our CE marking for release of our first products are released in January. You alluded earlier to some of the issues around notified bodies at the moment, which is the changing in the MDR and the IVDR regulations. Luckily, we do have a notified body on board, so we're not as affected by that. But yeah, so we have a number of different pilots we're starting out. We're also working in the US in the Texas Medical Center to do some pilots over there.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next category is media and educational technology, and we have our entrepreneur James Doherty from Tiffy.
Your Royal Highness, ladies, gentlemen, thank you. I think the easiest way I have of explaining my idea to you is to explain to you how I came up with it. So imagine that there is a panicking student because he thinks he's about to get kicked out of university. He's looking at his first piece of coursework and he has no idea what he's doing. Fortunately for him, he has a much cleverer older sister, Sarah, who went to the same university as he did. And she says to him, why don't you just talk to your personal tutor about what's bothering you? See, he knew he had a personal tutor. He's even met him a few times. He just didn't realise it was the done thing to just turn up and ask like that. Later on in his degree, his anxiety gets a bit worse. And again, Sarah is there to help. And she tells him, why don't you go to the counselling service? They really helped me. He walks past the counselling office every day on his way to his lectures. He knows it's there. He just didn't know people like him went. So reimagine this same story, only without Sarah. Because the university support is identical in both, but in one scenario he's encouraged to go, and in one he probably doesn't. So if you let struggling younger students match with somebody who's been there and done that, a Sarah. Every university runs a peer mentoring scheme for this reason. We update these by taking it online and communicating with students in a way that they understand through their phones. We also reward the process of mentoring, letting them build up employability reviews, which helps them get a job for when they graduate. And we make it fun for them. As you can see on the right there, they build up points and they unlock vouchers for local businesses, which both motivates them and spurs the local economy. Just for note, all the mentors are still trained and vetted by the universities they would have been before, so quality assurances, safeguarding, academic plagiarism, all of that is the same. So that's all well and good, but does it make business sense? Well, a first year leaving university after their first year of study costs the university £18,500 worth of student fees for the 2 years they're no longer there. Now let's multiply that across the 26,000 students who, on average, don't make it to second year, and this is an annual £481 million problem. So, obviously, the industry is looking for a solution to this. And they spend hundreds of thousands on amazing student services, but the digital generation, like mine, is slow to engage face-to-face. It's just the way of the world now. In that context, getting the panicking student to go to his personal tutor is a critical final piece to this puzzle, and one worth paying for. So what do? Well, we charge universities to use our software. But if you support students, it supports the universities and it supports local businesses. So what do we do next? Well, that's the bit we need your help with. We've had a successful trial in Nottingham University Business School, and we're looking to expand into the rest of the market. So any introductions you may have to any higher education professionals would be really, really helpful. Thank you.
Very good. Well done, James. I was once a panicking student. I can relate to some of that. My question is about return on investment. So the universities pay for this service to support their students. What's the return on investment?
Well, we haven't got any exact figures on retention numbers, but I always say that if we charge a university, say, £20,000 a year, and 2 students decide to stay, then they've already made their money back and then some. So we're looking to expand into the rest of the market to learn more about just how much we can save universities. But even if it's only 1 or 2 students, it's a very good financial decision.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final category is robotics, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality. And our next entrepreneur is Robert Bush from Additive Automations.
I love wild adventure, hurtling down a mountainside on 2 wheels, or paddling through a ravenous river, while dragging my wife and dog along, of course. I also, however, love manufacturing, robotics, and 3D printing. You see, for me, it's about enjoying this earth and everything that it has to offer sustainably. I like to experiment with technology to improve people's quality of life, and I've been doing that for the past 4 years. Additive Automations works together with robots and 3D printing to reduce the risk of cancer from airborne particles. Just over a year ago, I was working at a company removing the supports from additive or 3D printed parts. When a part is printed, there are supports on that part that help it to print. But those supports must be removed from the final part. There is a toxic powder on these parts. This toxic powder is formed from elements such as cobalt, nickel, chromium, all likened to asbestos in their risk to cause cancer. I could see metal in the air. I could taste metal. Every day I left that workshop, removing those supports manually. My grandfather died from cancer, so I resigned and developed a proof of concept to automate the removal of those supports. Innovate UK loves acronyms. I don't. But my project, Project Salsa, I do love. Because not only is my wife Cuban, but we do indeed dance salsa. Project Salsa got funded £500,000 from Innovate UK, their Canadian equivalent, and the British engineering stalwart Renishaw. Why? Because our technology can half the cost, half the time, and give businesses the process control and reliability they crave, while ensuring the safety of their workers. We intend to merge support removal experts with collaborative robots, or cobots, to create the world's first flexible additive cobot cell. With proprietary tooling hardware and leveraging deep learning-based vision, these innovations will disrupt a £5 billion industry. I'd like to finish on 2 points. The first is what's most important to me, and that's our values, and you can read those here. The second is I'm here to ask for people who believe in our vision, our values. We're based in Sheffield, and if you are, or you know, high-caliber, experienced mechanical design engineers, embedded systems engineers, electronics engineers, or full-stack software developers that want to ditch the 9-to-5, own a company, and most importantly, make a real difference by designing, making, creating, or building, please come see me, share our job adverts on LinkedIn, because I need a team right now. Thank you.
Robert, I relate to the problems of metal debris, medical particulates. It actually caused a big problem with one particular design of hip replacement. What's your biggest barrier to market access?
Right now, we don't really necessarily have a great barrier. We have Renishaw, who are backing this project, and they have access to all the customers that we could want. The barrier is the team. It's getting the high-caliber, experienced engineers. I'm an engineer. I'm a robotics engineer, and I'm a mechanical engineer from Imperial College, but I can't do it on my own. This is quite a complex problem that needs a team of. We have money for a team of 5 people, and so I'm looking for 2 other co-founders and then 2 other engineers.
Well, it's a pretty ubiquitous problem for business. It's always about talent.
Yeah.
Thank you for your pitch.
Thanks.
And our final pitch comes from Matthew Nance of Keyville from ICE 9.
Good afternoon. Last one before coffee. So my name is Matthew Nance-Cavell and I'm CEO and co-founder of ICE 9. ICE 9 provides bespoke robotic platforms offering innovative solutions for harsh environments, education and research. ICE 9 is well placed to utilize our expertise in these fields to impact these 3 key industries. So first, harsh environments. We have a portfolio of monitoring and inspection robotic systems to monitor and inspect harsh environments, such as the nuclear decommissioning sector. Nuclear decommissioning of the Sellafield site alone is going to cost £120 billion over the next 100 years. It's hard, time-consuming, and fundamentally unsafe work for human workers. ICE 9 offers solutions to monitor and inspect these environments, increase in safety, increase in efficiency, and decrease in the cost to the UK taxpayer. Secondly, ICE 9 has developed a small robotic platform called Mona. Come have a play afterwards. This is a small robotic platform for education, and it's been developed to educate robotics engineers at universities, industries upskilling their workforces, or schools offering programming courses. The Mona can be used as an educational tool for beginners or advanced users, developing with the student as their skill increases, whilst there is plenty of room to add add-on boards on top to tailor the user experience. This adaptability of the Mona also makes it perfect to impact our third area of industry, research. Swarm robotics research is developing at pace, and this may seem like a pretty niche subject, but there are massive companies like Amazon investing heavily in drone delivery, Ocado in automated shopping warehouses, and everybody seems to be investing in self-driving cars. Developing control systems and algorithms to safely and efficiently control these sectors is of paramount importance. The Mona offers a cost-effective development platform to test out these control systems on a small, safe scale before deployment on real-world systems. Currently, there are about 50 UK universities that offer robotics courses and also 200,000 A-level and GCSE students studying design and technology or similar subjects. The yearly intake of students will increase demand, and this number is only set to increase. This is before we consider the industrial or the international market. The world is changing, robotic systems are becoming more commonplace, and so it is important that we educate people on how to develop these systems and also deploy them in harsh environments too unsafe for human workers. So my ask for you today is that we are interested in talking to Michelle Richmond, who is Managing Director in the Institute of Energy and Technology for course accreditation of university courses, as we'd like to discuss the Mona to be accredited as part of university courses. And also, if anybody has any experience or can offer advice on CE marking of robotic platforms for harsh environments, that would be really greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. Well done. Not easy going last. My question is about what's your next big step?
So the next big step is getting some of our portfolio of robotic platforms into nuclear decommission sectors. We work very closely with Sellafield, and I'm actually going to an event in Cumbria tomorrow, leaving 4:30 in the morning to kind of show off some of this kit to Sellafield. And the only thing currently stopping us is that CE mark approval.
Common problem. But you'll then have some fantastic case studies, I'm sure.
Exactly, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, we've heard from all our entrepreneurs. I think they all deserve one last round of applause for their efforts. The trumpet only sounded once. We didn't see much nerves. Very clear, very concise, lots of energy and passion. Fantastic. So we're now going to have our voting session, and I think our judges are going to adjourn and get in a huddle and discuss their thoughts, but that will be informed by the audience. So I think hope you're all ready to vote, and I think we might have just a prompt about how to do that. Into consideration, the audience vote will be taken into consideration by our judging panel. And what we're now going to do is have a short comfort break, 10 minutes, take a break, come back in. Thank you. I know the excitement is palpable, but just try and contain yourselves, please. Grab your seats. So, the next part of our program, while the judges are deliberating, is to hear from our second keynote speaker. I'm delighted to introduce to you Sheffield-born software entrepreneur par excellence, co-founder, CEO of WANdisco, David Richards.
I hope I can live up to software engineer par excellence.
Okay, so I'm David. I moved to the United States, to California, 23 years ago with 2 suitcases and a girlfriend who's now my wife, and you should see the amount of stuff that we've got now. Couldn't believe it so. I'm going to talk about trends that are shaping our future, trends that are happening right now, and actually some of the pictures that we just saw were reflective of some of those trends that I believe are going to change the world. So I do 2 things. I'm the co-founder and CEO of WANdisco, software company, founded in 2005. In fact, it's our 14th birthday tomorrow. We opened a software development center in Sheffield in 2009, and I can say in this room it was the best business decision I've ever made. The talent in this city is phenomenal, and that really enabled us to grow. And we listed the business on the London Stock Exchange. We're a public company in 2012. And we continue to grow. The jobs that we've created in Sheffield are real software engineering jobs. Our core products are actually built here. And I know when we did it, I got a few raised eyebrows from the city, from my peers in the United States who think that nothing happens sort of above the Watford Gap. I can assure you it does. And the pictures that we saw today, again, reflect that. So we're in the large-scale data movement, cloud computing, hyperscale infrastructure space. Essentially, we're moving most of the world's large workloads, data centers that are on-premise into the cloud. And that, of course, is a very, very large market. But my passion, and the thing I'm going to talk about today, is what led me to create the David and Jane Richards Family Foundation. So up until 2017, when I donated just over $1 million in stock, and that's just the initial influx of cash into the foundation, I used to spend my entire life complaining. I used to sit with politicians and get precisely nowhere, and people that have tried to do this in the past, I'm sure, will commiserate with me. And every newspaper interview I used to give, I used to try and turn it around into the problems that I believe were going to happen in the education system, in the junior education system, the middle schools, and the high schools here in the UK. And it was a big concern. You'll see why in a second. So we have 3 main projects: teaching computer skills in schools. I'm a beekeeper, so we're putting beehives into schools, starting in the city of Sheffield, all free, of course. And my wife is about to kick off a mental health project driven around social media, and you'll see that coming out soon. So scaling operations, I was at the Australia launch yesterday. We're going into 20 of their schools this year. It actually, and some of the trustees are here today, you're one of them. It really touched my heart what I saw yesterday. We saw 4 kids do presentations. The Australia Foundation takes on really hard projects. 2 of the 4 children were permanently excluded from their prior school, and they are fully functional, great kids, and that was brilliant. So kudos to Australia. I think they're doing a great job. That is a photograph of my great-great-grandfather, who moved to Sheffield in the 1850s because this guy called Bessemer came up from London with a really efficient way of manufacturing steel. Sheffield in the 1850s was basically the Silicon Valley of the second phase of the Industrial Revolution. Phenomenal, right? And I was talking to somebody earlier. When you're in buildings like this, whether it's the town hall or here, you can see the wealth that must have been created in this city. By the 1850s, 50,000 tons, or about 85% of Britain's steel was made in this place. I mean, Jesus Christ, can you imagine that? And by the 1970s, we peaked out about 150,000 people employed in Don Valley making steel. Today, we have less than 10% of that number, and yet output declines are only 50%. That's because Sheffield did not participate effectively in the 3rd phase of the Industrial Revolution. When computers came into being, when the internet happened, we really didn't participate well enough. And things now are happening really quickly. That's my dog, one of my dogs, Georgie, who lives in California. When she was a puppy, only a few months later, she looked like that, right? So things are happening, and that, by the way, is 3 tennis balls. So she has a brother, and she won't let him have any of them, so she's figured out a way to put 3 tennis balls in her mouth, which I think is a great party trick. Things are happening 7 times faster than they happened in the past. Cloud computing, elastic infrastructure, all of these things. Many of the companies that we saw pitched today can only do that because of cloud computing. In the old days when I wanted to go and rent out, a petabyte of data storage, it was just impossible because the cost would have just been too great. I can now do that from my cell phone in about 10 seconds. So the world's changing really fast. Over half of the S&P 500 companies in 10 years have not even started yet. So that will scare a lot of people, but it doesn't scare entrepreneurs like us, right? Because we love disruption. We love change. We love this stuff happening. So Eastman Kodak, remember those guys? Made film and cameras and stuff. National Semiconductor, Sprint, US Steel, Dell, New York Times were all replaced by companies like Facebook, PayPal, Under Armour, Twitter, Netflix, tech businesses, right? So the first trend I'm going to talk about is pretty obvious, right? So the value is in the software interface, not in the product itself. Mark Andreessen, over a decade ago, said that software was eating the world. One of our biggest customers at WANDisco is John Deere tractors. And I love going into schools and asking the kids, how many software engineers do you think John Deere have who make tractors? And they usually say something like 1 or 20 or 50 or something. They have over 7,000 software engineers. So a company that makes farming equipment, they're a software company. They have more software. Goldman Sachs have 10,000 software engineers. So they're a bank, but they're really a software company. So biggest taxi company in the world, Uber, they don't own any vehicles, right? Airbnb, the largest hotel chain in the world, don't own any hotels. All of these companies are basically software companies with a software interface. That's where the future is. That's where the future is right now, actually. So this idea that, oh, I don't need to learn software, I don't need to learn tech. Well, virtually every business in the world is going to be, or already is, a software company underneath the covers. The world's decentralizing again. I know there are a couple of fintech companies here today. People get confused, really confused, between blockchain and cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency runs on blockchain. My co-founder, Dr. Ladd, when I first met him and we started the company, told me his vision was that the internet is a really inefficient place, right? It's still based on pretty old 3-tier client-server technology. It shouldn't be. It should be based on a decentralized system and peer-to-peer network. And that's really what blockchain is. And we will see central transaction coordinators removed. Why when I'm doing a transaction with a local store, do I have to go to a central transaction coordinator like Visa, who then eventually sends the merchant the money? It's ridiculous. It should just happen peer-to-peer. And that's what blockchain technology, it will eventually be called distributed ledger, I think, but that's what as we know blockchain today, will actually enable us to do. In Silicon Valley right now, it's incredibly hard to get venture capital financing if you don't have the word artificial intelligence somewhere in your title. And I saw some of the pitches today, because you have to do it. Because everybody assumes that if you don't have AI, then it's probably not very good. When I went to university in the 90s, AI meant what we now call general AI, is the ability for computers to think like a human being. Well, we can't really do that because we don't really know how the brain works yet. So why do we have so many AI companies now? Well, we redefined the term. So what used to be machine learning is now artificial intelligence. So what I'm going to talk about is machine learning that will come pretty close to AI, I think, eventually. Quick story, that is a pigeon. The University of California trained pigeons to recognize malignant tumors, breast cancers. Once trained, pigeons could get a diagnostic accuracy of about 85%. When they flock sourced them, when they crowdsourced them, when they got them all together, they got to a staggering 99%. And that's on a par with the very best trained human experts and far more reliable than existing systems. If we can train pigeons to visually recognize malignant tumors as well as any human expert, I'm pretty sure we can do better with machines on vast quantities of data. So this notion that machine learning algorithms won't touch virtually every area of our economy, from healthcare, retail, and so on, is a nonsense. It's going to very quickly. Quick story, in retail, machine learning, one of the first companies to ever implement big data algorithms for predictive analytics was Target. Guy goes into a Target store. Why the hell are you sending my daughter, my 15-year-old daughter, coupons for baby clothes and cribs and goodness knows what else associated with having a baby? You're trying to suggest that she goes and gets pregnant. It turns out that she actually was. Now, did she go into Target and start buying those things, like diapers and so on, nappies? No. She bought an oversized purse and unperfumed soaps, which were key markers, it turns out, for that buying behavior. And there's lots of examples of this. Amazon moved products closer to warehouses, closer to you, because they know that you're about to buy the product, and so on. So predictive analytics, machine learning has found its way very deep into retail. And I would argue that Amazon, yes, they send goods and services to you, but they're actually a data analytics company under the covers. So what does all this mean? Well, Jack Ma famously said recently that computers will always be smarter than a human being. By that he means that they remember stuff. We don't try and run fast in a car. We don't try and fly like an aeroplane. Computers never forget, and yet we teach our kids in schools to try and remember things. I mean, how are they ever going to compete with a computer? Why do we test memorization? It's pointless. So in the future, AI robots are going to eliminate lots of jobs, about a third of the world economy by 2030. But values, beliefs, teamwork, independent thinking, creativity are all examples of skills that a computer will never have. And should we fear the future? Should we actually be really scared about sort of these notions of artificial intelligence and robots taking over the world and telling us what to do? No, not really. If you go back in history, and history, of course, has a habit of repeating itself. If you go back to ancient Greece, they invented I'm not saying this is a good idea, by the way. They invented human slavery. So people didn't have to go and wash their clothes, cook, make pots, make clothes. All of the quote-unquote mundane tasks were taken care of by slaves. So what happened? Sports happened. These guys invented competitive sports. They invented the Olympic Games, right? And the number one job in ancient Greece, it was a philosopher. It was somebody that sat around and thought about stuff all day. That's probably what's going to happen. So we need to teach our kids in a very different way to the way that we teach them today. The foundation, we're trying to reteach the way that computer science is taught in schools. There's no point trying to get kids to remember, and this is literally on the GCSE syllabus, the components of a daisy wheel printer. It's pointless. Now, we teach kids how to manipulate and use data, these tools, so they can participate in the economy in the future. We do not want another situation like we had in this country, in this city, in the 1970s and 1980s, when we failed to invest in the third generation of the Industrial Revolution. We mustn't do that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Very thought-provoking, very inspiring. I was quite anxious at the beginning of your talk about the pace of change, and that just reinforced in my mind the need to be agile. And then towards the end, reassured perhaps that what will save us and keep us one step ahead of computers is our ability to be creative and perhaps think about the art of the possible. Now, the judging panel have not returned to the room, so I'll just ask you to remain seated until they do, and then I'm sure we're all anxious to hear about who the winners might be. Before that, I think we've got a video that we're going to play. Is that right? Just to sort of give us an overview of the work of Pitch at the Palace. it seems the deliberations are over. I'm sure they had a very hard task. There were some fantastic pitches this afternoon. But without further ado, I think I'd like to invite Your Royal Highness to the stage to announce the winners.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, could I say thank you very much indeed to all our entrepreneurs this afternoon who have done an absolutely outstanding job of communicating to us what their business is going to do and what it's going to achieve. Now, as I said to you earlier, it was very difficult choices to be made today, but there are at least half a dozen of you who, beyond the three that have been selected today, will go into the next phase. Everybody will go into the next phase, but at least half a dozen of you have got what I would describe as take note on it. Just before I mention who's got through, I would just like to say thank you to the Cutlers Hall and the Cutlers Company for their generous hospitality today in looking after us, and also to the university who've been an enormous help to us. And we enjoy coming to this part of the world because it is, as it were, the hotbed of where innovation takes place. And my knowledge of what goes on at AMRC and other places around here, this is a really important part of the world. So thank you all very much indeed. So I could be extremely disloyal to the judges at this precise moment, based on the fact that I'm not a judge. I'm not allowed to judge. All I do is have to referee. And it's noticeable that I told you, look, you see the 3 chairs here are empty? Oh, they're at the back of the room. Right, okay. One of them is supposed to chair the judges and made a hopeless case. So a little bit of refereeing was required today. So anyway, the judges have finally decided that the 3 that they wish to get a pass straight through to pitch at 12 in November are Test Card, Misfits, and Damson Global. As I said, at least a further half dozen of you have been earmarked. That was what the long discussion was about, because the list of potential entrepreneurs to go through was actually quite large, so therefore they had an argument, which required a little bit of... So they've settled on those 3 and given very clear instructions on about half a dozen more. So thank you all very much indeed. Thank you to our audience. Oh, yes, actually, one important piece of information that I have forgotten. I am the only person allowed to see both the judges voting and the audience voting, on the grounds that I measure whether or not the audience and the judges are remotely coordinated. You're quite good today. There were a couple of anomalies. There was only one anomaly that I picked up in the 2 judges, where one in the judges panel was up, and the same one was down in the audience vote. It was just a weird one. Don't know why that was, but whichever that one was, it's still got a tick to get it to go to the next stage anyway. So all in all, a very coordinated audience and judges. Thank you all very much indeed, and particularly to the judges. I like robust debate, and there was robust debate led by my 3 at the back. But thank you all very much indeed. We look forward to seeing a few of you later in November at St James's Palace. But for those 3 today, well done. And it's not about relaxing, it's about getting to the next stage. Oh, and I think many of you will find that the judges have got quite good feedback for you. on things that you should be thinking about, either from a technological perspective or from a pitch perspective, or one or two other things. Good? No red ink. Good luck. Thanks very much, everybody.
So, just one final footnote, if I may, which is to remind you all to use social media. We want to create some buzz around today's activity and some profile for the entrepreneurs. And I invite you all to adjourn for networking reception. Thank you all.